Okay, so hello and welcome. I think my bot should actually be running as in the previous version of the bot. So let's just test it. Okay, so that's working. So I will just leave that running. The Twitch token refresh actually did work because it says over here that it didn't manage to find any valid tokens, and it tried to refresh the token and that succeeded, so that's good. And I guess that means let's chat about what we are doing today. So let me just move like this over here. Right. So today I kind of want to have a mixed design implementation stream. So the design part is how do we handle steady state information. So the architecture I have is very good about, like, you know, transferring messages around. So if you have a chat message coming into the system, it gets retransmitted, and all the plugins that want to see that will see that. So that's good. Well, if you think about steady state information, and specifically I'm talking about that kind of stuff, right? So you get notifications someone subscribed, right? But you also want to know, okay, like, if I don't have the up-to-date state somehow, you know, the plugin just restarted, how do I get the current number of subscribers to basically show it in, you know, that type of widget? Well, that's what I call steady state information. And I want to think about how exactly we approach this. So design for steady state. So that's one thing. And if that happens and I'm happy with the result, then I actually want to go and replace this thing, because I'm really not happy with this. It's very thrown together. It's actually coming from the two different sources. Like the YouTube thing is coming from one thing and the Twitch thing is coming from another. So basically these are just transparent overlays that need to be basically lined up, you know, in two different systems, so they actually look like one thing. And then the background is in OBS, so it's like a complete mess. It's like, it's not one widget, it's like three different things composed together. So I would really like to get rid of that and have something that actually works. So that's definitely a stretch goal. We will see if I get to that. So let's just write it down. So replace sub/follower widget. But shouldn't even call it widget, because it's really not. It's like three different things. Yeah, replace the mess. So that's kind of what I want to do today. We will see how far we get. I still haven't done a chat integration for YouTube, so, you know, there's extra stretch goals to do if we don't manage to get, if we manage to get this finished like super early somehow. I mean, I don't really foresee that, but it can happen. Weird things happen sometimes. And there's definitely I need to do a bit of code cleanup. Because actually, can I show you what happened? So yes, okay, so this is kind of the output of a failure. So it's not very readable. Let me just like move a bit. That's the wrong side. Damn it, this is confusing. Right, okay, let me move here, right? So there's just like unhandled promise rejections and lot of mess, right? It needs to be cleaned up. We need proper error handling, and I pretty much know exactly what's happening here. it's basically kind of me not really understanding promises correctly, and I implemented the reading the files asynchronously in the wrong way. I have an article bookmarked that goes into that, so we can definitely have a look at that and try to fix the code. So that's what I mean by the code cleanup. Let's just write it explicitly. And I think that's definitely like ambitious enough for today. We will see how far we get. Again, like, I would be happy if we get these two things done, but we will see. I mean, sometimes things just work, sometimes things don't work at all, so we will see how exactly things pan out today. So let's get into it. Okay, let's switch to my Visual Studio Code. So let's think about the design first, I guess. And I guess for that, let's just bring this back, right? So the core issue of the steady state is that the steady state doesn't have like events associated with it, right? And since the system I designed is completely event-based, right? Like there's only messages, trigger things, there's basically no like database thing around, it's just all pops up essentially. I need to kind of bend steady state into that. Now, from my early thinking, I see two possibilities to do that. So either we have the modules consuming steady state ask for it. So you can think about this as like you have a widget, you know, now it's up there, a widget that's showing the current number of followers, right? Well, I can have the module responsible for that widget send a message periodically, get me the steady state, right? Like get me the number of followers. And because of that, there is a definite message that says, you know, there's an event that's a request for the number of followers. So that way we can definitely solve the problem of not having like events incoming into the system that tell me how many followers I have. Or alternatively, and now the thing is, I am slightly biased towards this one, but let's talk about it. So what we can do on the other hand is not to overcomplicate the modules that are responsible for displaying things, and instead put the logic into the steady state modules instead. So we can have the modules responsible for the steady state information periodically emit this information, right? So both of these approaches actually have issues. So the first one, if you think about it, if you have a module that consumes this information, right, and is periodically asking for things, what happens if you have many of these? Well, then you get the backbone being hit by like get me number of followers, get me number of followers, get me number of followers all the time. Now that's okay, except for one small issue. That is, if I kind of build the visualization to kind of work with the idea that it's refreshed once per second, right, to like not burn my CPU. And let's say like it's actually pretty heavy, right? Let's say on the background I call like, I don't know, some image filters and like compose things, render some SVG, whatnot. You know, let's say I know this is actually like a very crazy complicated thing, right? I probably don't want to be doing this like many times, you know, per minute or per second. So if we build it in a way that each module is kind of asking for this information, each additional module will basically increase the frequency. Now, let's just start writing these down, right? So what are the issues with this one? So yeah, so fundamentally, if you add a new consumer that's asking for this periodically, the frequency increases for all the consumers. This can be dealt with, of course. Basically, instead of having like a periodic refresh. Well, okay, it can be fixed actually on both sides. So you can have these modules listen for these events, not just like emitting them, and then they can just go, oh, like my information is too stale, I want a refresh, right? So it's not really like trigger based, like it's not periodic timer clicking and triggering this thing. Instead, it's something that's kind of on the like staleness of the data, right? Like you have like one-off triggers that you set up and say, hey, like my data is not fresh anymore. And basically whenever you get fresh data, you kind of reset the timer. So you only ever ask if you are in a situation that you basically, you know, don't have an update in a long time. So that's one option. We can of course kind of do like throttling approach on both sides, right? Like the consumer can just essentially ignore updates if you know the last update was, you know, less than whatever. So let's say if I have a widget that I'm fine updating like once per minute, right? Then I mean, sure, like I can have it update once per minute and have it just ignore all the updates coming in between that time, right? Like that's pretty easy. We can also do a similar thing on the other side. So the module that's actually providing the information can also do a type of throttling, right? Like it can just go, hey, like I just got a request for a refresh of the state, but the last request, I mean, the last time I sent the information, it was like, I don't know, 50 milliseconds ago. So let me just not do anything, right? Like obviously you should be good enough with the information you already have. But then we are kind of, you know, limiting ourselves to never have a plugin that's kind of needs real-time updates, right? Like we will never have a situation where we have a plugin that's like updating, I don't know, 10 times per second or something in that model, or, you know, whatever the frequency is, right? So we can have throttling, maybe need throttling on both sides. Now if you think about what I just said, this should kind of start looking like this one, right? If I have a module that's just emitting this information periodically, it's kind of like having this throttling, right? Because it might be wasteful. So in this situation, it's a little bit smarter because like if there's no one to actually consume the information never gets emitted, right? Because no one asks for it. In this model, the information keeps getting emitted periodically, but then that's it. Like you get a frequency from the provider, and the good thing about this, like this can be modeled, this can be configured with a timer that fits the data, right? So if I know that, let's say for like what would be like a good example? Viewers. I think viewers is like a good example. I mean the current viewers, right? So if I'm showing the current viewers on YouTube and current viewers on Twitch, these two platforms may have different expectations about how frequently I ask for this information. So it really doesn't matter that there's a widget that wants to display it, I don't know, like, you know, every 100 milliseconds. If I only can talk to YouTube, you know, once per second, well, that's the only thing I can do. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards this model. Because really, like one thing I really would like to do with this entire project is to be as multi-platform as possible with this. So if I, you know, add more streaming services into my repertoire, right now I'm just on YouTube and Twitch for this particular thing. But you know, if I would be streaming a game, maybe I want to stream it to like Facebook, I don't know, some other platforms as well. Then you have this big zoo of services that have different APIs with different expectations. And really I need to conform to those expectations if I don't want to get throttled, right? And this thing I would kind of consider a low priority thing over things like chat. So I don't want to basically curb myself by having like a over aggressive widget that just like wants to display things super real time. And then not being able to actually listen to chat messages, right? So that's again, like I'm because for this one I kind of need to add a lot of layers of extra protections. I really feel that this one is a better approach, although to be completely fair, we are not getting rid of the issue of a module of a consumer that needs the data to be delivered slowly, right? Like if I have a very expensive widget that can only be updated once per minute, as an example, right? Then if I have this thing emitting messages every second, it will need to be the responsibility of the consumer module to kind of say, oh, okay, like, thank you for the information, but I'm still doing my work. Let me just, you know, put this to the side. And then once the thing finishes, maybe restart the like generation of the images and whatnot again. That kind of idea, right? And we will have more of this actually. So one thing I want to eventually do is also replace not just this type of stuff, but also to replace my alerts. And with alerts, these can come in relatively rapidly into the system. And I would actually like to have a reasonably smart system that kind of goes and prioritizes the more important events over the less important, right? Like, let's say there's a raid. Well, the raid itself is very important information, so that should be like prioritized to the top of the queue and being shown like essentially immediately as the raid hits, right? And then maybe if someone in the raid subscribes or follows, or sends bits or something. I mean, not to me, because I'm not really signed up with Twitch yet, and I don't think that's actually going to happen because I use Restream, so that's kind of big issue there. But I kind of want to show things like bits and Twitch subs and YouTube, what is it? Super chat messages, I think it's called, over things like, I have a new YouTube sub, I have a new Twitch follower. So that's kind of, and this kind of like throttling inside of the module that deals with the visualization. And this is not, this is much more sophisticated than throttling. This is throttling with priority queuing. So it will need to be there. So that's why I'm like less freaking out about this being here, but let's just write it down, right? So let's just summarize this into like one sentence. Consumer modules might still need throttling. And I mean, okay, so let's just put this down. Especially this will be the case. What the heck? Yeah. So especially this will be the case if there's multiple producers that the consumer is listening to, right? So let me just scroll it up. So if you imagine the situation, you have, let's say, I mean, this widget is actually a good example, right? So right now it's slightly modified. It's not showing the latest YouTube subscriber because it had issues and wasn't updating. But basically this is consuming 4 different values, right? It's consuming the current number of subscriber, the latest subscriber, the current number of followers, and the latest follower. So that's 4 different types of information. Now, depending on the API, some of these might come maybe even in a single message, but some of these might come from a single like producer module. And it also really depends how I kind of structure the code, right? But if you imagine that these are 4 different producers, like I have a module that gets me the current number of subscribers, I have a module that gets me the last subscriber, I get the module that gives me the current number of followers, and I have the module that gives me the latest follower. If all of these 4 are different and they all emit like the event per second, then you have 4 things coming into this thing per second, and maybe that's too much. Maybe if I do that, it will start flickering because it's like refreshing too much. So there is definitely a need to do some sort of throttling. Okay, so I feel like if I went with the number 1 option, it would basically on the consumer side end up being the same complexity as the option 2, but I also have complexity on the producer side. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go for this. I was kind of leaning towards this, even initially when I was thinking about this. But I really think that yes, like the other option would just end up being more complicated. yeah, like the problems that the option 1 would introduce are kind of a superset of what the option 2 is doing. So yes, let's go for with this. Let me just take this and I will just rewrite it in the README. Right, so let's just create design node somewhere here. Right, actually, yeah, let's just, because I didn't really do this properly last time, I just wrote the README after the stream. So let's actually go through this, and okay, give me a second. Like, there's like, why the heck is it so hot over here? Like, it's super cold outside. Give me a second. I need to do something about that. Okay, this should be better. Hopefully the noise from the ventilation isn't too much. If it is, just, you know, let me know and I will try to adjust it a bit. But yeah, these lights are really intense sometimes. I think it's the lights that are increasing the temperature. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's kind of summarize the design. I will need to draw some diagrams offline. I guess we can even do it here, but let's just write down like some basic stuff. So the goal of the architecture is to abstract the modules that consume specific information, such as a chat message, from the details of interacting with a specific platform. And also the architecture aims to be language agnostic, allowing for modules to be easily written in various languages and used as game mods, I guess. Inbound modules announce themselves to the backbone on port this one. with their pops up endpoint as the content of the message. Okay, let's just make this a list. Well then, connect to this pops up endpoint and retransmit all messages on its own pops up endpoint. Outbound modules simply connect to the backbone pops up endpoint and react to messages accordingly. Okay. Actually, I feel like I need a spell check. Spelling checker for source code. Well, sure. Okay, let's see if this works. I have no idea. Ah, yes. Okay. Respawn. Yeah. Yeah. I was quite sure I have some misspellings already. Oh, and the pops up endpoint is a public thing, so that's on here, right? Where's the readme? Right. Oops, my side. On port. And let's just do this, right. Steady state information, right. State information is information not related to a particular event. Think the current number of, oh, okay, let me just change it into EG. Number of subscribers on YouTube, number of live viewers, etc. Is it YouTube like this? Yeah, okay. Right. Modules for okay, basically I can just copy this, right? So modules responsible for steady state information periodically emit this information onto the on their pops up endpoint. The frequency is set to match the type of data / platform restrictions, whichever is more restrictive. Right. Consumers of steady state information are required to handle throttling internally. Especially when consuming information from multiple sources. Okay, cool. So we have this in written down. Okay, so let's try to build some proof of concept then. So we have, let's just try to do Twitch's number of followers and last follower, because I don't have the YouTube code in yet, so I think starting with the Twitch side is kind of reasonable, and then we can come back to YouTube. So let's just call it steady state. Now I think what I will do is I will have one module, but there might be multiple timers. This we will see exactly, yeah. And right, there's one thing I wanted to double check. Let me just do it on the side. Okay, so the update token is getting updated correctly. Cool. Yeah, I was just checking if last time we were working on this machinery over here. I mean, this needs improving, but because this is the code that doesn't handle the promises correctly right now. But basically what this does, it will refresh the tokens and then update the JSON file with the credentials. So basically this keeps the current credentials up to date, and it also like makes backups, like there's like a backup file now. So if it basically screws up, I can always go to the backup without needing to like re-authenticate everything. But yes, that is working. So steady state. Let's just have a look at the chat as an example, because I have already forgotten things from last time. Right, so we will need a publisher port. We will need to send the request to here. Okay, I'm really thinking about extracting this as a helper function somewhere. I mean, if I go here and just do export async function producer connect or something like that, right? And we will see what exactly is there to do. Okay, so this will basically need to change into like return.then. Okay, I need to look up the article because yeah, I think it's this one. So this is like the callback method, and then they were transferring. So this is still callback. At some point it ends up being a promise. Reject content. They had the example with reading the file. That one was very nice. Yes, okay, so new promise, resolve, reject. Okay, so basically like this. Cool. Let's do it. And then I think the idea is that if you have, yeah, then you basically do this kind of stuff. Okay, so let's do this. So this is supposed to return, I guess this, right? The not this, the publisher socket, right? Am I right? I think that's it. So let's have a new promise that's I think like that. All right. Then over here okay, sure. Let's do this. Host port, then function. I actually don't want the function. I just want the publishers. What is this actually a promise of? Void, right? So then it's just this, right? Oh, I need the host port for sure. So then we do the request to the backbone. Alright, so connect this async, but send isn't. So on send we need to do then, and this is a promise of what? Of void again. Okay, sure. And I think I will just have one catch at the end. Because I actually don't really need multiple of them. Okay, so I have a promise, resolve, reject, host port, then sock receive. Now the question is, can I actually do this here? We will see. I'm not quite sure. So resolve over here, we just resolve with the publisher. And I guess it's publisher or error. No, because that would be on resolve, right? It's just the promise itself has the error. Damn it, not like this. Just pub. Okay. And then here we do reject, and I guess I first log and then do this. Oh, and I don't have a name. Oh, and I'm doing the other way around. Am I right? Let's change this around completely. So first of all, here will be the reject, this will be the resolve. And then over here I will have dot catch. No. It doesn't like it. Promise. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's happening now. Yeah, so it's complaining about this thing, which makes sense. Because really what I want is sock receive dot then message, right? Like this. Okay, so this should be good. Now I just need to log this stuff. So if we have an error, we reject with new error, and these strings I guess will be the same. So so actually I don't need to log over here. That's kind of silly. Just do a new error. Unexpected response from backend for module inbound module, and then let's just put the host port over here and just do it at. Okay. Module at host port connected successfully. Right. Success. How the heck do successfully? Oh, all of them are doubled. Okay, sure. Right. So if we are inside of here, hey, welcome back. My week was pretty good. And I wonder if Restream actually now restreams the chatbot. Let me check that. I actually wonder. Yeah, it does. Okay. Cool. So yeah, welcome back. Today I'm trying to basically get rid of this thing about me and replace it with my stuff. Because right now this is actually three different things. So the YouTube part is coming from one source, the Twitch part is coming from another source, and the background is in OBS. So this is like just like composed so it all lines up. It's all transparent things. So I want to just like replace it with one widget that just does this, because right now this is absolute craziness. And so far I'm actually mostly cleaning up the code. What the heck is happening? Is it because of this? No. Do I still not understand how this works? Catch error. Unknown is not assignable to publisher. Or is it that here I should just return is it now? Yeah, it's now. How do you do this, damn it? Typescript null type advanced types. Oh, I guess I can make it optional, right? I can make it like this. No? Was it like this? No. Aha. Or maybe I'm overthinking. There's a better way to do it. Let's just go through this. So these are just logging, console log. I mean, okay, maybe if I just return the promise and there was a thrown exception, that's a thing to test. Okay. I actually don't know how this will work. So let's just make a small test over here. Yeah, let's just comment these things out. So let's make a very quick async function test, right? And then just call test over here. So this returns a promise of a number, let's say. Yes, okay. So let x, well, actually, then catch error like this. So now if I do return promise number, oh, how was that again? It was in the backbone. And there's a lambda, sure. Resolve reject, yep. So if I so first of all, if I do reject one, promise constructor is not, did you mean new? Probably. Okay. Let's just do console error seen and error. Oh, let's just try to log this. Error. Cool. Okay, let's see if this promises? What? No, promises? Okay. Even the spell checker doesn't know how to spell. Okay, let's just try to run it. By the way, what have you been up to, Sal? Seen an error 1. Okay, so this works. Now if I do a throw new error like this, let's do a 10. I mean, yes, this is a dead code now, but this is the case I'm interested in. So if there is an exception, okay, so this catch will actually get it. Okay, cool. So yes, then I can just throw errors. Okay, so if I do a reject, I need to return the same type of the promise. If I do a throw, things are fine because it's just an error. And that's a different, like, flow path. Okay, cool. So yes, that means I can do that over here. So instead of the reject here, I actually want to throw an error. Throw a new error. And I think now I'm not using reject, which is fair point. But this should work. If I go back to the chat, I guess I can just, for now let's just comment it out and don't delete stuff, because that's always a good idea to kind of go step by step. So I need a const pub is producer connect and then just the host port over here. And this is, yes, I need to import producer connect from the backbone, which is to out, then backbone, then backbone. Okay. Producer connect, host port, and then over here I need a catch, error, now I guess this should return a promise void then, right? Because if there, like, I mean, this will basically run forever, but if there is an error, oof, okay. Yeah, I think this is an issue because I don't quite know what to actually do over here. I mean, the best thing I can do is just console error. And then just say, like, you know, this thing failed to initialize. Twitch chat module failed to initialize at host port, and that's kind of it, because I think, and let's just test that, I will test that in a second. If I understand this correctly, if I throw an error here, I end up in the same situation as before, because it's a thrown exception inside of an async. And that's a problem, because it's not wrapped, like, it's basically a loose exception that's not wrapped in the promise. So, okay, why is this complaining? Promise void publisher. How do I end up with the void? I mean, yeah, I think, like, the problem is this entire thing should be in a then block, right? And then, okay, then basically because it's chaining on this promise, I'm inside of a promise and everything is fine. Yeah, but then I need to change. Oh geez. Okay, well, it's a good idea, but let's not do it right now. I get the feeling that this is a very deep rabbit hole that I would go into. Because yes, then I need to chain. This is basically the cleanup I need to do, like everywhere. Like when I have an async function, either I create a new promise or I'm calling a function that already returns a promise, but the main code of the function needs to be basically inside of the promise. Yeah, okay. It's basically, is there an example over here? Then new promise. Yeah, I mean pretty much this thing, right? Like you have a function that returns a promise. I mean the interesting thing is this isn't even async. Interesting. But yeah, you basically put the code inside of the promise. Okay. Or inside of the dot then, right? Like if you already have a promise, you just do dot then and then the code goes into there. If you don't have a promise, you need to create a new one, like this. Sure. So let's just mark this as to do. Flip over to proper. Yeah, because yeah, I'm still not sure if I understand everything, but we'll see. Flip over to proper promise handling, error handling, right? Okay, back to the steady state. So for now, I will need to copy this boilerplate. Now the good thing is like it really is boilerplate, so it's not a big deal. I'm using a DAS keyboard. It's a pretty old model. I don't even know which model this is. Does it even say? I mean, it has like a serial number, but yeah, sorry, don't even know which one it is. It's a Cherry MX Brown switches on it, which is the important part for me personally. Like I find that MX Browns are like good, like in between the super clicky and super loud, yet still providing good feedback. I'm considering to switching to a wireless keyboard because I have the like the G mouse, one of these, and I have the like wireless pad for it. The thing is, if I would have a wireless keyboard, I don't need like an extra dongle because the mouse pad, the charging mouse pad is a dongle itself. So it would be a nice setup because the cable right now is a bit awkward for the keyboard. But right now with the COVID situation, it's like the keyboard basically doesn't exist for all intents or purposes. Like it's nowhere to be found. Like some shops have it listed as like delivery in like a month, but I ordered one in February, I think, and I canceled my order last month because like there was still like, you know, delivery time unknown. Right. This thing, state. This goes away. Why am I calling it a greater instead of greeter? Right, so we are connected to the backbone. Now, I think... Okay, so the tricky part over here is I'm creating a new credentials nanny over here. But I don't think I want one per module. I think I want this to be shared, right? So then I kind of need how exactly do I do this? Yeah, it's almost that, like, if this thing get API client, it returns a promise of the authentication provider. So basically at the beginning over here, I guess what I want is if yeah, I want to remember the promise, but damn, this is again me running against like my lackluster knowledge of JavaScript. Because I know exactly how I would do this in C++. I guess I kind of want to have a private member that's the of provider, which is a promise, I guess. Like this. Can I do this? No. Null is not assignable to undefined. It's not assignable. Damn it. I guess like this then. No, am I doing it wrong? Is it question mark over here? Yes. Okay. Right, so basically what I want is over here, if not, then provider is new promise. So if this gets called and the thing doesn't exist yet, then just create a new promise. Now, actually, let's do it the other way around. So if this dot of provider, then just return of provider, right? Then over here, we know that we don't have of provider. Yeah, I think I will need to rewrite this code. So I create a new promise with resolve reject, and now I need to basically move all the code in this function into this. Okay. So read credentials. Yeah, I don't think I can do this, right? Because awaits inside of... yeah. So what I actually want is this dot read credentials dot then and wait a second, so this, okay, so this returns promise of Twitch creds, okay. So then creds is what I do over here. And I guess on catch, actually, I think I just want to rethrow. Yeah, I think realistically that's actually what I want to do, because then it will be in this outer scope promise. So okay, when I have the creds, then I just want to do resolve on this, right? Resolve on this. Right, okay. That should be good. This offer, and then just return this dot auth provider. I think that's correct. So I think the read is okay, but the write is broken here, right? So the write should be actually returning a promise of void. Yeah, because yeah. So the read is handled correct. Well, I could actually do read file, just read file without the read file sync, but it actually doesn't matter. And this actually should be throw, not reject. Wait, how the heck this what? How was it okay with this? What the hell? I thought... I mean, this was a string, right? Let's just go back. So this is a reject of string. Now the promise is Twitch credentials. So why is it okay with the reject being a string? Oh, is this actually reject 10? I'm so confused. Why is it okay with this being a string? From my understanding of the type system, this should not be okay. Wait, but this is reason any. So what was the problem in the previous code I was writing? Where was that? Ah, damn it. It's gone somewhere. Wait, actually, so am I... Where's the... Then creds? Catch error, throw error. Resolve. So if I just do reject error. Huh. Okay, I would not think that would work. Maybe I just got confused previously, but I... Very strange. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, let's do this then. So fs dot read file file dot then and this returns right, no, so this is they had an example over here, right? Read file. So this is the synchronous one. Read file function error data, right? Yeah, no, I think I will actually keep using the read file sync because that's fine. First resolve. I think this is all fine. Okay, so let's just think about the write then. So we call the write credentials. So this definitely should be a promise of void. I feel like. So new promise of void resolve reject, right? Oh, and missing the error operator. So right. Okay, if I just move this over to here. Oops. No, that was the... What is this bracket? Oh, this is all inside of the class. I totally forgot. So let's see. If we have an error from the file access, then write credentials no check. If error, so then reject with this. And we will just have this return. Damn it. Reject resolve. Promissify? What is promissify? Takes an async function and returns the function following the error first callback style. Ah. Right, and then I guess there's the promi, yeah. Okay. That's actually neat. Thanks a lot for the recommendation. So yes, we can turn this even for the read then, I guess. So, well, this needs to go to the top. Import star as util from util. So, where the heck was it? Right. So util.promissify read file fs.read file, right? So const read is this. Then I can do read. Yeah, okay. Read file dot then. So this was returning buffer. Okay. Then raw data catch yep. So raw data, we just do this thing. Right. And yes, this will need to be wrapped in the big thing. Yeah, and the reject goes over here, right? And then just wrap it into this. And yes, then I don't need the catch try. Right, and brackets. Cool. Okay, so read credentials to be created promise. Then, oops. What did I click on? I don't even know. Let's go back to here. So we create a promise. We make the read file into a promise-based function. Then use the .then don't catch. Cool. Okay. Yeah, this all is looking better. Why not await instead of promise? Because you cannot call await in async functions. I mean, if I do await, I mean, sorry, you cannot call await outside of async functions, right? That's what I meant to say. So I cannot do await over here, like await read file, right? This is wrong. So for some of the things, I can do it the way you propose, but then the problem I create is I basically need to put it into the trackage block, right? Because I cannot have loose exceptions happening inside of a async function. So this was actually the reason why I'm doing this. This was the problem I ran into over here. So unhandled promise rejection warning. So basically there's a throw happening inside of the async function that isn't properly wrapped, and when it leaks, like the entire thing just like crashes with this very hard to understand error. So I'm just trying to make sure that when I have an async function, like all the bits and pieces are correctly handled. And since it's returning the promise, like if I have it like this, and it's returning a promise, it's wrapped in a promise, then I'm fine because the caller can then do catch on this promise. Like the thrown error ends up inside of this, which is good. But yeah, I'm sure it's possible to write it in a different way and maybe even cleaner. I don't know. But this, I don't know. This is reasonable. I think. Now just need to figure out this other function, basically. But okay, so since I can basically do the same thing over here, so I can do util promisify on fs write file, const write equals this, and then I can do write this dot then dot catch actually I basically just want to catch and finally, right? Like I want to finally that will just do the we are not writing credentials anymore, and the catch to actually emit this error. Oh, and sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to do basically this over here. So when we re-emit an error, it's always a good practice to kind of include the sub-error. So yeah, we failed to reach credentials, and then the error from actually somewhere here. So it can be the read. I guess it could be JSON parse. What else? I guess in the constructor of Twitch creds, but this is just like a struct, so probably not. Yeah. So I don't need the then. I just need the catch. So catch error, and this will be okay. So I will be wrapping this into the promise. So this will be reject dot reject this thing. Oh, okay. Twitch credentials file, and again with the error from error. And actually I kind of want to remain doing this, so seeing that the Twitch credentials have been refreshed is actually a nice information, so let's just do that. Now suddenly this thing is the thing that should be running inside of the promise. So how do I Yeah, okay, I can just turn all of these into promises and then just do the things in finally. Okay, cool. So const access is util.promisify. This is super useful, thanks for the tip. Promisify access, right? Then fs.access. So then access dot file and this thing, and then finally we want to write the credentials, but if it succeeds, so if it succeeds, we basically, this is all kind of inverted. So the error is actually not an error. So this is like file does not exist, nope, right? Then on finally we want to actually do this. And and I guess this should be resolve. But if it's not an error, so on then we actually want to rename the file, right? Okay, yeah. So this is slightly convoluted logic, but kind of makes sense at the end. So okay, this will be a bit tricky though. So I want to rename the file. Okay, const rename is util.promisify of file system rename. Then rename this thing. Dot then, well, I guess just catch. Yeah, we kind of just want to react on error. So on error we actually want to reject this entire promise with failed to backup the credentials file before update, before refresh. Okay, but this is actually after refresh. Right. So the thing is, this gets called after the refresh. Before storing new credentials. Yeah, okay, so I need to be careful here because yes, and I think now it works. So the problem here is that this is kind of a late reject, right? I get the data. The current type is neither void or any, must return a value. Somewhere I'm not returning a value. Oh, because I don't have a return, obviously. So again, this gets called back from the rich credential manager that kind of refreshes the credentials on the background. So the tricky part is that if I do reject here, effectively what I'm doing is I'm not storing I'm not storing any data, even though the credentials were updated. So it's a bit tricky. Okay, and this can go away, all of it. Was that too much? This belongs to here, this belongs to the function, this should be up to a class. Wait, what are you complaining about? Cannot find, rechecked. Yes, this goes now away because this is inside of that function. Well, I'm missing the end of the promise. Yeah, it should be fine now. So we have the read, we have the write, update it. So yeah, I just kind of want to emit an error over here. So this is actually running this is running inside of the refreshable auth provider. So I actually don't know what happens if this throws. So for now, just do console error. And we will see if, like, I don't want to completely swallow this, because if there's something erroring out here, I definitely want to know. But I'm actually not sure what would be the outcomes of me throwing an error over here, because I suspect that if I actually do that, I mean, it's just a callback on, I don't know, I would have to look at the code in the library. But yeah, I would be kind of worried about this. So that was all changed. I guess one thing I should do now is actually test if this still works. Because it might not. So can I? Okay, if I just run it, so it'll be a second instance of the greeter bot. I don't even know if that will work, but I mean, let's just see. And yeah. Yeah, of course, this is all, yes. Yeah, this will definitely not work. That's a very good point. But it got rebuilt, so I guess I can just restart it in my terminal. It will unfortunately then forget everything, but I guess that's fine. So let's just do a test. Okay, so I think it works. Now, I guess I can test the token refresh by just like changing my token to absolute nonsense, like to an empty string or something. That should trigger the refresh. I guess I should do that. Okay. Let me just move this to the side quickly. Change my credentials. Where's the token? It's here, right. Okay, let's go back. So what I just cleared the token. Okay, so it says it refreshed the credentials file. Interestingly enough, it didn't really... So previously it output an interesting error, but now it didn't, which I find curious. Okay, I think it is correctly writing the files. I would have to check if the timestamp actually matches, but I mean there was definitely only one backup previously. Now it's two of them, so the write did happen. Cool. So we have that. So the entire point why I did this entire thing was this piece of code, right? It was I basically create the authentication provider only once, and if I already have it, then I just return it, right? So then in the new credentials nanny, right? Okay, so this actually needs to be a public thing over here. Export const Twitch Twitch credentials nanny, right? So yeah, this is just a public variable that basically singleton. I think this works in JavaScript. I will really need someone to like look through this code and actually properly review it, because yeah, that's like I just keep kind of making assumptions and, you know, going with it, but I'm sure there's like weird mistakes I'm making. So then this goes away from the chat, and then over here, with this thing, I need as Twitch off from off, so this should be Twitch off dot Twitch creds. It shouldn't be called Twitch creds, that's stupid. Let's call it credentials nanny. And over here then like this, right? So get API client of provider. Right, that's all correct. So we can now finally go back to the thing I was doing initially, and that's the steady state stuff. So let's just copy this over this. Let's get rid of this piece. This file contains the inbound module for Twitch steady state information, right? We don't need the Twitch chat client, but we will need the Twitch API. I hope I have it bookmarked. Somewhere. Twitch. No? What the heck? I did not bookmark it. I'm such a moron. Notes, JS. No, not Node.js, npm. Yes, module is called Twitch. And there should be homepage, GitHub. Right, okay, this was the thing that I didn't bookmark. So I think this would be the Twitch API call. No. API client. Badges, cheer modes, Helix, Kraken. Bits, channels, chat, streams, teams, users. Follow channel, get blocked users, get chat info, followed. Get user. User. Okay, so it returns Helix user. Helix what? Helix user type. Admin global mod none stuff. Okay, I don't think this is the correct API then. Follow. Is it under channel? Followers. Number of okay, cool. So it's channel followers. Okay, but I don't exactly know which API actually returns this thing. Twitch channel. Does it say where the heck? Methods. No, this is just describing this data type. Well, okay, but this is definitely what I want for the channel. But is there... So there's followers, which is just a number. I'm also interested in the last follower. Channel follow. User for... This looks like a thing that's returned as a list. Let's try... Oh, it is? Give me a sec. It could be that I need to like update the link from time to time. Ugh, damn it. Invite people. Copy. It expires in 1 day. Okay, so it's only 1 day invites link. Okay. So then how the heck do I create like a more permanent one? Okay, I feel like I will need to try to figure this out. Server settings. No. What the heck? Oh, expires never. Generate new link. Good. Okay. The it was in the settings. You need to explicitly set it so the link doesn't expire, and then it works. Let me update my Twitch with this thing. Where the heck is that actually? No. Oh geez, where is this? Corrections. Like all these things are always like in like obscure places. Here it is. Okay, cool. That should be updated. Everything should be updated and working. Perfect. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Like this, the thing is I haven't really invested into my Discord too much yet, so it's kind of, I only learn about things when people tell me. Okay, so I want to figure out where this comes from. Now, the problem is I don't know if there's no search here, right? Yeah, damn it. Oh, it's under Kraken channel follows. Okay. So Kraken Helix. Kraken API group. So then the channel API, get followers, channel page limit, order direction. Right. Okay. So I will need to code the two different things. So one of them gives me the number. This gives me the list. Yeah, I suspect channel user. Yes, okay. So let's do this. We have the API provider. We create a new client. Yes. With this provider. Twitch API.API client. So this is from the which module is this though? Because there's like multiple modules available. No, there's no Twitch API. Ah, damn it. Is it Twitch API call? Chat client, PubSub client, webhooks. Is it just Twitch? Is it just this? Maybe it's just straight up Twitch. let's see. Has no. So is it Twitch API client? No. Okay, I need to go back to the module because this is really confusing. Chat client, PubSub, webhooks. No, so it is module Twitch, yes. So that was correct. So module Twitch. But then this thing is complaining about the auth provider. So I'm a bit... So this returns the Twitch.refreshable, which should be the correct thing. What the heck? I feel like I'm going in circles. New API client from the provider, which is this thing. What the heck? Okay, let's look at the code. Use the constructor of refreshable and pass it as auth provider to this class constructor instead. Static with credentials. Where's the constructor though? I mean, this takes a partial API config. So I'm like super confused now. Wait, so let's read it again. With fixed credentials, use constructor and pass it as auth provider option to this class constructor instead. Auth provider. Use construct auth provider. Ah, okay, so we just need to do this. Okay. Yeah, sorry, maybe that was a little bit too small for people. So basically, and this is really could have been documented better. So this thing takes a config, really weird type, but anyway, like what it actually does, it unpacks it into an auth provider and the rest of the config, right? So then you just need to pass the auth provider as the first thing, and it just needs to be wrapped into basically this. Right. So I mean, this should be good then. So we have the channel channel dot followers, right? So this is one of the calls. But then I guess the other one was through Helix, right? The number Helix stream? No, Helix, no, damn it. Helix follow. Reference. Oh, there's references. Oh my gosh. I should have been doing this all the time. And I have even read about that they're doing this, but I totally forgot. Okay. So protect response. New Helix follow. Follows from user subscriptions. What? Get follows paginated. Okay, so there's the same thing also for Helix. Right. Right, and there's a filter. Okay, one thing I should check. So I remember that one of these is kind of like deprecated, right? So Twitch API. I should make sure I'm kind of using the like, you know, let's just make it slightly smaller. So legacy Twitch v5, Twitch API reference, bits analytics, bit scripts. Why is this formatted in such a weird way? So okay, so the Helix is the new one. Okay, so we don't want Kraken, we want client Helix. Users get follows paginated, something like this. So this is one call, but then there was also the number of people following. So client.helix. Streams get streamed by username. Sure. If I just do this. I don't think that's correct, but I mean, right. So this is okay. So we have viewers. So that's another information. And stream dot display name, start date, language, game ID. Okay. So I don't think that's the correct endpoint. Helix dot bits, clips, extensions, games, moderation, streams, subscriptions. Is it users? Get users. Get me. Okay, that looks interesting. Client Helix dot. I think it's in the subscriptions. No. Where did I see that? There was follow. So this is like a specific follow. This is not what I'm looking for. Helix follow. Helix stream subscription user API get follows. Wait, so this is from user. Wait a second. Oh yeah, so that's how I was getting it. Helix. What the hell is hell freezes over error? What? Okay. Cool stuff. I don't think it will be under video. User. So I see user API and user get follows. No. Wait. List of broadcast. Oh, so this is the other way around. Okay, sure. Oh geez, I have definitely seen this somewhere. Like the thing is, if I just want the number of followers, I don't want to like fetch the entire list, like that's silly. And the thing is, when I just want to get the latest follower, I mean, it's just like I will just set up the filter to give me the one person that's like at the end of the list, right? So like neither of these kind of give me what I want exactly. Helix subscription. No, so these are subscriptions. That's not really what I want. Stream marker, stream API. Yeah, that's not really it. Helix stream privileged user. Get follow too? No. Paginated request, moderator event, moderator API. Helix follow. So this is like a specific follow. Okay. API group. So maybe there's like no good way to just get this information like straight up, which is strange. Maybe like, is there filters the follower request, the followed user, the following user? I mean, so there's this thing, channel API, right? Get channel followers. No, that's... Where the heck did I see this? I was definitely looking at like a simple follow number. It exists, I have seen it. But now I have completely lost it. This is crazy. What the heck? Get channel. User, what? Parameter returns channel. Channel followers is a number. Okay, what is this API? Channel. Channel. So this is the old Kraken API. Okay. I mean, that's the weird thing. Like, there's no channel. Yeah, there's like no channel endpoint on Helix. which I find a bit strange. They just kind of treat channels as users, which is, I mean, that's pretty strange. Ah, wait a second, follows. Checks whether the user. Ah, no, that's the wrong thing. Oh. Yeah, I probably need to use crack. I mean, I will ask about this somewhere. Let's just note this down in the README. I will need to ask about this for sure. Open questions. Twitch. Kraken API seems to provide. What was it? It was channel API. Get channel. Followers. Right. Yeah. Seems to provide channel followers. Is there an equivalent in Helix? Cool. So that's definitely a question. But for now, we can definitely use Kraken. That's not really a problem. So let's go back to here. So for the Kraken part, it was await client.kraken.channels get my channel dot followers. Sure. It's a bit crazy, but I guess it works. Wait, why is it double wrapped? That's... Is this async? No, it's just a property. What the heck? Get my channel is a, sure, so that's a promise, that makes sense. But what? Yeah, this is very confusing, I have to say. Okay, I will grab something to drink again, and I will be back in a couple of minutes, as usual. But yeah, we are making progress finally. I have the correct endpoints to call, so stuff will be falling together now. See you in a couple of minutes. Okay, and I'm back. So I kind of realized one more thing. Let's just double check the Helix API. It was Helix user get follows with the Helix follower filter. Okay, so the problem is with this filter, I don't actually know how to get just like the latest user. I will basically always get the entire list of followers, which is kind of not amazing. Is there some other pops up? Client chat mode action. Batch unlock. Bits, chat message, redemption, subscription. Yeah. Okay, so maybe this really isn't something I can call like every second. I mean, on the old API, channel following a previously given channel. So where is this thing coming from? So this is from channel followers. Yeah, so here you can actually get the latest follower. So it's basically the old API that gives me the features I want, which is definitely a problem. Because I'm pretty sure they just want to shut it down at some point, right? So it was this one, right? Damn. Oh, this is quite annoying. Okay, so the webhooks. No, wait, what? Get user. So maybe this is just not exported in the library, because this actually does have it. Maximum number of objects to return. Yeah, so this just isn't exposed over here. Let's have a look at the code actually. Where is it? It was the Helix user API get follows. Oh, there's get follows paginated. with the filter. Oh, but the filter still... Okay, let's have a look at this code. Make follows query. Yeah, I feel like it's just... It should be the query. Also should have the number of people. Yeah, okay. So I think paginator for forward relations. So I mean, since the Twitch API actually says that this is returned the most recent down to the oldest, then if I just code this once, by default the limit is 20 anyway, so that actually should be okay. I think that shouldn't really take too long or create any issues. So get flows paginated, okay. So that was client helix, users get follows paginated for, and the filter is this thing, user, okay, user, and sure, let's just make it, let's just make new file globals.ts, const owner servers. Or I guess I can actually, can I get it out of the credentials? That would actually maybe be the best thing, but I don't think I actually have it in the credentials though. Let's just quickly check. Nope, it's not there. I could edit, but I mean, oh jeez, yeah. Well, let's just do it for this. This is definitely a to do. Move to the credentials file, or create some new config. Okay, so then in here, let's just do this. So import star as globals from go out into backbone. Oh, but this is actually yeah, that's entire another problem is like this is actually for the specific platform, I just realized. So this realistically should actually be here. Yeah, let's just do that. It should really be here. So no backslashes, just go to here. So user globals dot twitch what? Twitch channel, right? No? Why are you not cooperating? Oh crap, this is like a reserved thing, sure. I mean, settings, I guess. Okay, now it works. Okay, let's start actually doing stuff now. So we will need yeah, we will just be emitting stuff, so we will definitely need a loop over here. Like this. And I will definitely need yeah, this sleep as well, because we definitely don't want to do this too frequently. So page dot current, oh geez, how does this work? Okay, I need to sit down just a second. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, but yesterday's stream was a bit too long and it's all my mistake, but yeah, kind of everything hurts. So, I wanted to have a look at this thing. Paginated request with total. Oh. So this also gives me the total. Cool. So I guess const followers is page dot get total count, and then I just need to look at this thing. Video of result. Well, okay, but the problem is I actually just want to get the first one. Get next level page. Okay. So will be page dot get next 0, I guess. Yeah, this is all super messy, but I mean, what can I do? Right, we will need new types of information. So it is stream stats message, I guess. Let's call it stream stats message. So let's make a class stream stats message. So it will be constructor, definitely a platform. Stat, type of the stat. And then, okay, I guess I need export enum stat type. And now it gets tricky. So stat type. Now it gets tricky because this would be the value, but now the value is either a string or a number, I guess for now. Yeah, possibly. This will be a slight issue with the JSON thing though, because like in JSON and in JavaScript actually as well, like if you have a string that has a number in it, right, it can just be treated as a number. Oh, I wanted to install this module. There was like an eval thing that you can have. Eval your select. Yeah, there's like a lot of these, damn it. One of these was recommended, but of course now I don't remember which one it was. There's basically like you can, you know, write the code here and then just select it and press a button and it will evaluate it as JavaScript. That's what I wanted. I mean, there was a thing in Typescript, Typescript. Text union types. Yes, this thing. Now the problem is I don't know how this works with the JSON stuff. Yeah, of course they don't mention JSON in this page, why would they? Yeah, this is kind of the stuff I want. So actually let's do that. So export, sure, interface. So let's do viewers. So this will be kind viewers. Actually, we'll definitely have a platform. And then just a number. So that's one stat. Then we will have export interface, and these all should be called stats. Viewers, stats, Twitch, followers. And yeah, so some of these will be kind of weird because the problem is some of the like terminology overlaps like there is a YouTube subscriber and a Twitch subscriber, but the meaning is completely different, right? Like if you have a subscriber on YouTube, that's Twitch follower. And I could kind of like unify this. Maybe. Huh. Should I just unify this? Should I just have stat followers, which will be mapping YouTube subscribers and Twitch followers to this thing? Maybe I should. Yeah, because like the point of making this is kind of to abstract some of these things, so it's easier to write the modules that actually like display stuff and react to stuff, right? So kind of unifying the concepts to have like, this is a follower, as in this is a person that kind of clicked the button. But then there's like weird stuff on YouTube, like you have a subscription, but you also can like have the next level, which is like being notified. But maybe I don't care about that. I don't know. Okay, let's just do it this way. So platform kind platform, and then viewers, not viewers, followers number, and then export interface stats last follower kind last follower platform, again platform, and then follower is string. Okay, then we create a new type. I have no idea if this will actually work with the JSON serialization. We will have to see. Type stats is either stats viewers or stats followers or stats last follower. Last follower, right. I guess this should be exported, all of this, and those are okay, cool. So then public stats, and I don't need the value because that's already part of that. Okay, we will see if this works. I have absolutely no idea. Now what I now need to do is go back to here. So then I need to emit two different messages. Emitting messages is this. Actually, right, this is slightly different now. Await message type, yeah, okay, this kind of thing. Send yes, but this is actually Oh, it's directly publisher? Didn't I have a thing? I'm a bit confused, I have to say. I thought I had a problem with just like writing to a socket that was busy. And I thought I solved it. Oh, it's actually just in the queue, in the backbone. Question is like, should I maybe have this everywhere? So this basically wraps the publisher, because you essentially cannot have multiple things writing into a socket at the same time in this library. And I mean that will actually be happening here because I need to send two things very quickly, one after each other. But I really wonder, like, why was that not an issue? Okay, let's just create oops, not a file. I want a directory. So let's just extract this out. So we will have the publisher queue over here. So export this thing, and I need to import the 0MQ thing. Right. I think the types should also move to here. Right, so then this thing should go away. And then I need to import it, right? So import publisher queue from the libraries. And sure, that's fine. I can just have it straight up. But I think all the modules that actually write data, publish data through a pub socket, I think I need this queue. So let's do it. So over here, let's just import this thing. And I need to go one level out more, right? Yes. So then this, yeah, this will actually be publisher queue. How do you initialize this? Publisher. Right. Also, I still have a publisher socket, it's just that I do it on top of that. Okay, that's fine. Global steady state. For our next project, I mean, you are looking for ideas for next project, or what's the situation? As far I go, like, I have plenty to do for a while. But if you are looking for a project, I mean, again, I always say, like, do something that's useful to you, because then you will be able to stick with it. And that's kind of all Hello, welcome to the stream, Joseph. And you just encountered the version 0 of my bot. So we get the publisher, wrap it into this thing. And then over here, let's just call it, yeah, let's just call it pubq. So I'm building a chatbot, and the idea is kind of, because I'm restreaming across multiple services, that's kind of the one thing I was missing in all the chatbots. It's kind of multi-platform support. So I'm really trying to kind of abstract from the details of the platforms and kind of have a thing that works well across, for now, just YouTube and Twitch. And the goal for today is actually to get rid of that. I want to get rid of the followers and subscribers information and have my own thing, because what you see up there is actually not one widget, it's 3 different things. The background is in OBS, the YouTube information is coming from one thing, and the Twitch is coming from another thing, and it's just transparent backgrounds, and it's just aligned in 3 different systems, so it actually looks like one thing, but it's 3 different things. So that's definitely needs fixing. Topic message, right. So the main technology, so it's TypeScript. So this is also kind of a continuation of my learning JavaScript thing, where I originally wanted to do this in C++, but I kind of realized that the libraries for C++ are just not good enough, essentially. So I had to switch to JavaScript. So I had like a short series of learning JavaScript that was just like 3 streams, and that has ended. And now it kind of transitions into this, where I just, write this in TypeScript. And the thing I'm using on the backend to actually plug things together is this thing, 0MQ. It's the reason why I'm using it is because if I go to documentation, it has support for many languages, and this is not even listing all the languages. There's more. Where's the other? Right. So this is all the list of languages that's supported by this library. Which means then if I just want to have like a module that's part of a game, that's probably written in C# or something, it can connect to the chatbot and like listen to commands from the chat, or whatever I want to do, because really pretty much every language is supported. And because I'm kind of abstracting from the details of Twitch and YouTube, it's like, if I want something to happen when someone follows, and either that's, like a YouTube subscription or Twitch follow, it can behave the same. Because those kind of details are just hidden from the plugins themselves, the modules. Right. And right now I'm just trying to put these things together to kind of, for the first time, generate information about the followers, specifically for Twitch. Okay, so we want message types over here. So this is message type stream stats. And then, and thanks for the follow. And then we will be doing this stringify, but on a different message. So it will be new. Right, okay, I need to have a look at this again. Now, how do I actually call it then? So this is just like the consumer side. I guess I can just call it with an anonymous object, right? Like if I just do over here, right? Like if I just do yeah, so new I don't think this is correct, but okay, yeah, that's definitely incorrect, but I can do this. So I can do platform and follower. So platform is Twitch. Okay, I won't need to deal with that. Platform is Twitch, which is coming from platforms enum. So platforms, is it just Twitch? Damn it. Where is it? Platform. Platform.twitch. It should be platform.twitch. So wait a second. Why was this complaining? Ah, it's not complaining. Okay, cool. So platform Twitch and follower is follower. And I guess if I do s stats last follower, that should work. Right, but it's I need to import this type. Yes. As okay, so that seems to work. So then if I just chuck it into stringify, I have no idea what will happen. But that's kind of the point of this stream, that we figure things out. Right, so this is complaining that this is not a buffer, so I just do s buffer. No? Conversion string to type buffer. Why is this working in the other cases, I wonder? Okay, 0mq.js. This is definitely a thing to look up in the documentation. Where the heck is the reference? So buffer. No, this is message, not buffer. Message like. Yeah, okay, the problem is message like is can be a string, so that's fine, but it really doesn't like it doesn't like to convert the buffer. Where is buffer coming from actually? It's not coming from here or here, so what the heck, like where is it? I mean, it needs to be defined somewhere, right? What the heck? I mean, if I do new buffer, yeah, that takes a string, so that's okay. Sure, let's do it like that. So new, and this is now complaining that it's the same problem. Sure, new buffer of this thing. Why is this crossed over? Deprecated, use buffer from string. So sure, let's do buffer from. Is it just from? Did I misread that? Come on. It's just from, and then string encoding. Okay. Geez, this is like super verbose. But I will do what I have to do. I mean, I guess I can do it right here. So buffer. Yeah, actually, okay. Message type is buffer from, then the string is this. It's just UTF-8 is the encoding. Okay. So we have a buffer, right? So this can go here, message type, and then these two things basically need a very similar situation. So the follower, let's just do follower message will be basically this thing, but again turn it into a buffer. UTF-8. Am I missing some brackets? Right. This one. Yes. Okay. Followers message will be again this and this thing again, and I just need to, well, let's just copy it. I guess that will work, but there's different fields here. So the stats followers is this thing. I need to import that. As stats followers. So, oops. Come on. Followers is followers. Right. Okay, so what the heck? Property kind is missing, but required. Wait a second, why is it complaining in this one and not in the previous one? That's a bit confusing, to say the least. I mean, I can always put it there, that's fine. Kind follow. So this is kind follower. And this is kind followers. What the heck? I think I'm using this wrong. Let's go back. Where's the article? Not this one, not this one, not this one. Not this one. Did I close it? Probably did. So this was Typescript text types. Okay. So the problem is this specific code doesn't actually show how to use it. I mean, it shows how to kind of, yeah, the other way around, but how do I actually create an instance? Type of cards, instance of nullable types, type cards. Oh geez, this will just not stop. Let me just double check if this actually correctly cleans up the chat. No, it doesn't. This is so annoying. Yeah, like I need to figure out the moderation tools, because right now it's a mess. Decorators. Okay, really, I need to figure this out. So. Followers, what? Promise number. Wait a second. Why is this a promise number? So wait, now it should be number. Yes, okay. Okay, I think that was the problem, that this stupid thing was sneaking in. Okay, so we have two messages and now we can finally send them. So what the heck is the thing called again? It's the pubq, right? Pubq dot send for message type, and then follower message, and pubq send message type followers message, right? Okay, so if I did it correctly, when this thing is run, should basically output every 500 milliseconds information about the latest follower and the number of followers onto the backbone. So let's just kill this one, this instance, and let's just retry this over here. So I did right, I actually need to start this plugin. So import star as Twitch stats from platforms, Twitch steady state, right? And then just do Twitch stats dot run Twitch stats TCP localhost 6003. All right, cool. So let's redo this. Let's stop this thing running and let's retry. Bad request. Param happy Cerberus is not an integer. Where is that coming from? Twitch credential API Twitch. Get follows paginated users. User is string Twitch. Yeah, I think there's something wrong happening when I pass in just things. So get, okay, let user be client dot helix dot users dot get me. So now this should be helix privileged user. Can this be helix? Yes. So await on this. With email, what the heck is with email? Whether you need the user's email address. Not quite sure what that means. And let's just do this. So this should be Twitch Helix privileged user, and this takes Helix user. So let's retry. Yeah, okay, this is this is not going great. Okay, first of all, let's send a system message. Yeah, I really feel like I will need to change this pubq thing, because this is getting quite annoying. It's over here. So this thing needs let's just do buffer or string, and then if type of topic is string, I think it's like that, right? Type of topic is, let's just double check with Typescript. Advanced types. Type of, yes. So where's my code? So if it is a string, okay, let t be topic, and then if this is that, then t is buffer from topic utf-8. And the same with the message, let m be message, yeah, this thing, and then if I need to convert it, then just convert it. So type of message is string, then m is this thing, and then t and m. Well, shoot, how do I do this? I guess I want like a helper function over here. I guess to buffer, and this I guess should be static. Private static, does that work? Yes, it does. Okay. So this is value and it is buffer. So if type of value is buffer, then return value as buffer. No. String number. Wait a second. You cannot do this on custom types? Ah, okay, so it's instance of is better instance of this thing. So if value instance of buffer oh, I misspelled it. Okay, sure. Then just return value as buffer, else do the wrapping, right? Else return buffer dot from value as string UTF-8. Okay, that should finally work. So then over here I just do toBuffer of well, this dot toBuffer publisher queue dot toBuffer of topic and publisher queue toBuffer of message, right? Okay. And all this other crap can go away now. Cool. So then let's go back to the send. So then when I'm sending, I can actually send text. So first of all, let's just do send message types message types system, and let's send basically info that we are connected. Yeah, Twitch steady state connected. Okay, so that's first thing. Now async run. Wait a second, I should be also calling run. This is interesting, because this is sending messages without me calling run. Am I just missing something? I mean, that should be a different instance than the one in the backbone, right? Over here. Like here somewhere I actually call run, right? Returns. Ah, no, actually I do call run. Yes, I just remembered. Okay, sure. Okay, so then let's simplify this code, because this is just a big mess. So now this thing can go back down to this. Oops. And this. So we have the actual information. Followers message. Yeah, JSON stringify. I actually want to see this, so yeah, let's. Oops, what the heck happened here? Give me this string, please. and then actually just log it because I'm very curious what's happening here. So follower message, and then let's do the same for this one, right? Also log it. So this is the followers message, right? And this I can keep like it is, that's fine. So let's just restart it again. Platform. Wait a second, the first one seems broken. So it's just platform 1 followers 20. Okay, so even that one seems broken. Okay, so the get total count seems to be returning the wrong thing. Yeah. So the get, okay, so I think this is actually broken, the get next thing. Okay. Ooh, all the things are broken. Perfect. Let follower count. So there was another call, right? It was client helix dot users follows filter. No, okay, so this was actually the Kraken one, right? Promise helix paginate reaches result total. Wait a second, so this one also is paginated? Okay. No? Huh. Okay, let's just try the different APIs. I'm really not quite sure what's happening here. So let's do the complete follows. So that one doesn't have... I think, okay, so this one needs to be await, right? Now it's paginated, okay. Total. I think it's just like this, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's just do complete followers total over here. Now, I mean this, I'm so confused, like why are there two different calls when this one is also paginated? This is very confusing. But okay, I guess so. From the complete follows data 0 dot user get user name, something like, no, what? Get user is actually a, no, this is a method. So what the heck? Let last follower be await on this, and then last follower should be Helix user. But the problem is this is complaining is possibly null, so sure. Okay, I can do like a ternary thing, something like that, right? Now, so if it's now just nothing, and otherwise this. Okay, so if last follower is now, then this, otherwise this. Okay. And let's restart this. Yeah, that's not really. Still returning followers 20. Oh, this is annoying as hell. Client.helix.users.getFollows dot total. Okay, let's go back to the Twitch documentation. So there was this is user API get follows. Helix paginated result with total. Also including a total number of items. The total I mean, this is the thing I'm looking at, right? Get follows over here. Complete follows the total. And it's returning 20. But at least I guess I know what this is. So this is data.length. I mean, okay, then that's probably data.last. Is there returns the index of the last? No. Data. Okay, I need to do the length. Maybe I'm actually... Wait, am I specifying the filter wrong? Maybe that's actually what it is. Get follows. So follow filter. User get a following user. Okay, let me actually check one thing. Do I don't think I'm following 20 people. Maybe I am. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. And I guess I'm following myself. So then, followed user? Maybe that's what I should be doing? Get follows like this? Followed user? I mean, that would kind of explain the nonsensical values I was seeing. Okay, let's retry. It's this is all kind of. Oh, is that working? Yeah, it seems to be working fine. Cool. Okay. So that was the problem. It was just this. Yeah, the wrong filter basically. Okay, there's a weird thing happening in the backbone though. So where exactly is this coming from? Backbone name received message ID related to topic. Why are these empty? Yeah, I think there's something not working right over here. So let's have a look at this. So I create a publisher queue, I bind it to this, that's fine. And I run it. But it really seems that it's not getting anything. I mean, the JSON is correct, right? So then these two should be fine. But somehow they are not getting sent. Which... I don't quite know what the heck could be causing this. I mean, okay, I can just log over here. So console.log message to string. So this is just before we send it, right? This will be quite spammy, but it's a good way to kind of see where we, like, where do we lose the data. Yeah, so here is already empty. Okay. So wait, like, is it console.log topic to string message to string. I mean, it does see the system message, but then none of these. Interesting. Let's just do like some annotation so I know where the heck I even am, because it's getting very confusing. So this is sending. Okay, restart. So, okay, so send is fine, sending. And somehow send is empty. Sending. What the heck is happening here? Oops. Yeah, really don't know what's happening here. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, it's the conversion that's broken, I think. Okay, let's do a bit more logic here. So if I just do value, that might do something. Console log over here. So let's print the value. Let's print this thing. Okay. Conversion buffer. So sending Twitch. Okay, so this one got converted correctly. Conversion string just disappears. Okay, so buffer from doesn't really seem to be working then. Create a new buffer containing a coerced value of an object. Very strange. that's, well, the problem is I was already looking at this once. The problem is the 0MQ library doesn't seem to have a good documentation for the buffer, and the problem is I don't even know where the buffer is. 0MQJS buffer. Yeah. Okay, so this is C. Yeah. Damn it. Okay, I guess let's just test this on the side. So let's go here into our main. Let's just comment out everything. Let's just do some testing. So if we have import star ZMQ first from 0MQ, yes, like this. So CMQ, right, buffer. So is actually, wait, is buffer actually a TypeScript thing? Am I just going crazy? Buffer. No, it's Node.js. Ah. Oh. That's why it wasn't mentioned there. Okay, so let me just try one thing. So let's get rid of the UTF-8. I mean, there's still the problem that somehow... Yeah, there's like more stuff happening for whatever reason. Let's go back. Wait, but... Oh, okay. Where did I get this from? Like, I have definitely seen the right-angled brackets somewhere. But this is wrong, right? So, and I think this is the entire problem, actually. Just the right-angled brackets. I was trying to convert an array, and it was failing. Yeah, we are getting stuff. Cool. So let's clean this up. This goes away. Yeah, things like this unfortunately happen from time to time. But that was a really strange thing to happen, because I still have no idea where I have actually seen that. But I swear I have seen the right-angled brackets somewhere. And I thought, yeah, you just pass in a tuple, and no, you don't. Right, okay, so this is all... stop it for a bit. I still have some debug logging over here. Yeah, I can get rid of this now. And actually, let's just do it once per second, which would be not 1 but 1000, of course. So we have this stuff. Now I guess now the interesting part comes in, which is what do I actually do with the information? I kind of feel we will not really get that far today. But yes, okay, so we are getting the latest follower and the number of followers just fine. So now the thing is, I basically need some way to display this information, which means I need a module to basically render HTML. So yeah, I think I will need to read up on this thing. Okay, this will be interesting. Why is this asking for virtual reality access? Yeah, so this is the templating system, and then we have the actual data. So I guess this will need to have like two parts, right? It will need to have the server side listening on the 0MQ and providing the data, but then I will need the Vue.js yeah, basically want to see if they have like some sort of server-side stuff. Ready for more the Vue instance. Yeah, okay, this is kind of the flow, I think. Example project. Sure, let's have a look at it. So Babel config, view config. services. Okay. Fetch. Yeah, so I think I will have something similar, but like running on, I guess, like refreshing periodically, right? Actually, I wonder, like, would it be possible? Is it possible? Vue.js 0MQ. Because if I can like use it directly from Vue.js, that would be Python publisher. Sure, okay. It's just writing data. Node.js converter. For receiving and transferring the sent. Okay, so yes, you need the midpoint. Okay, so I will need a function. Okay, wait a second. Subscribe rent. I on connection socket, user connected. Stream is trigger data. JSON parse IO emit news data. Okay. Socket data return received num. Listen to the event news. Okay, so I need to kind of do this multi-hop thing where I will have a module that listens to the events and then basically sends them to Vue.js through, I guess, socket.io would be an option. Right. And then basically I refresh whenever I receive the data. And I guess if I'm careful enough, I can basically just refresh specific diffs. Okay, one thing I just realized though, these are not. Yeah, these messages I don't think are actually correct because it's missing this stuff. But I actually don't know how to include this in the message, I have to admit. So, I mean, if I do something like this, yeah, this is, No. I guess I can try to do it the other way around. Basically like this. Right? But I don't think... Yeah. Okay, what I think I actually need to do is to create, because this is an interface, right? But the problem is, this will keep getting discarded by the JSON. I think I will need to... This is an interesting question. I really don't know. Okay, so this thing we actually figured out, which is good. So open questions. So definitely have an open question for TypeScript. Can I have a text type and then send it through JSON while maintaining the type information? I mean, I can basically switch it off from a tag type. Let's go back to TypeScript. So there was a section on unions. Discriminating unions. State loading, state failed, state success. Now, yeah, okay, so again, this goes back to the problem that they only show the user code. I mean, the thing that's actually consuming the type. But I guess if I just do something as network loading state, it would work, but it doesn't get persisted in the JSON serialization. I mean, I think what I can do also is, because this kind of works on intersecting, like if types are intersecting, right? So I could have basically an enum. What I could do is something like this, right? I could have an enum. With, like, you know, type 1, type 2, and then if I have the interface situation, right? If I have the interfaces, basically as long as I have like export interface stats type is just type type, right? And then each of these basically is extends stats type, right? And at this point, like I can do the switch over the stats type basically, and once I do the switch on the stats type, I know which type of the you know, different stats it is, so I can safely switch over. I'm still not quite sure how to do that with the JSON thing, because I mean it's it was, I'm already doing some magic with the JSON dot parse, right, somewhere. Yeah, because this thing returns any. Okay, so basically what I would do, I think, is let's go back to the readme. Something like let be json.parse and then switch as stats type and I guess dot type, something like that, and then case, you know, whatever as whatever, right? Yeah, I think this might work, but I will need to ask about this because I really have no idea. And there might be like a much better way to do this also, which is why I really want to ask about this offline. Okay, but so I think I will end the stream here. So we have the followers, number of followers, and the last follower. So I think tomorrow I will try to do the Vue.js magic to kind of re-export this information. I mean, I technically already have this. It should be fairly straightforward. I mean, the thing I'm considering is, should I basically have one Vue.js thing running, listening to a bunch of ports? Like, I could have, you know, the followers, whatnot. Or maybe this could even be just like one thing. Like, I could have like a Vue.js exporter, right? That listens to a bunch of events coming in and then just re-exports them to Vue.js. That might be the most sane thing to do, honestly. Yeah, probably. Okay. So I think I'm done for today. I've been streaming for more than 4 hours. My voice is starting to die slowly. And there was progress made. There were few setbacks, but that again kind of goes back to me not really understanding JavaScript that well, I mean TypeScript, I guess, that well yet. But we are getting there. Like, things are slowly getting to the point where I kind of understand what the heck is happening. Which is good, because that's the entire point of this thing. Yep. Thanks a lot for joining, if you stuck around. I will be streaming tomorrow the same time. So we'll be just continuing with what I said, like I will just try to do the Vue.js part. And once I get that kind of working end-to-end for Twitch, definitely the next step then is YouTube. I already have some experimental code for YouTube that was, I think it was in my first stream of this series, but that one was still like a pure JavaScript, so it was just experimentation happening, me trying to figure out things. But yeah, see you then tomorrow, or you know, some other week then, if you don't join. See you!